Hi, and welcome to the...
Hello. Hi, Alex. Hi, Pedro. What's up? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? I'm listening to Pastor Nganga from Kenya. He says this pastor, I like him, right? He says this: if you have a woman and you haven't paid to be with her, you're a liar. You are a liar, okay? You haven't gone to see her parents. You're just sleeping with somebody that you just probably just met on the streets, right? You haven't gone to see her parents. You haven't married her. You haven't taken any dowry, any presents to her family, anything, right? You're a time waster. You're a liar. And, eventually that union is going to end, okay? All of you shacking, living in a relationship, you're not married, you're just basically just shacking, okay? That relationship is doomed, okay? It's not lasting, it's not going anywhere, because, some of you think, if you want somebody, if you've met somebody, they are beautiful, you love them, and you want to keep them, okay? You better do the right thing, okay? You better do the right thing according to your cultural customs and cultural obligations of marriage, okay? If you don't do those things, that marriage is not going to last. Your daughter is married to a man that doesn't do anything for her. Oh God. Don't make me vomit. Don't make me vomit. Okay? Because that man doesn't love her. Okay? That man does not love her. Doesn't honor her. It's not going to last. Once she wakes up, it's not going to last. It is not going anywhere. You know, I usually, not always, you can't always blame the parents. Guess why? Because some people, some women, when they meet a man, and I've seen this all over, they meet a man and they think, oh, I'm in love. My parents are so old-fashioned. They want us to do, like, I come from a place where people must, if you want to get married and do all the dowry, you have to do the dowry thing. The man has to take all these presents to the family of the girl, do the engagements, all that, and then they get married, right? And then she gets the daughter. But whenever they bypass that, they don't do that, and you don't have to pay everything that you don't, if you don't have all the money. Like my brother did not put all the dowry because he didn't have the money, but he made a commitment and he finished it eventually. But here's the thing, then you know that woman is yours spiritually, you know that woman is yours physically, and you know that you're going to honor that woman. If a man is not ready to do that, he's not ready to honor your marriage, he's not able to honor your relationship, he's just the kind of man who is not able to do that. Young girls, they don't know these things. They think, oh, I'm in love. Let me just follow this man. Whatever he wants, I just love him. Because they don't have an understanding that the way you love him is not the way he loves you, and it's not the way he's going to show up. Your love has no bearing into how that relationship is going to come out. Right? So you marry a loser, you marry a loser. If he doesn't do anything for you, too bad for you now. Because now, you know, you probably now have kids. You probably... Right? Well, I do blame the mother of the man, the parents of the man, right? For he's a loser. They didn't teach him how to be a man. For sure, you can blame the parents of the man. You know, they are losers, right? Or narcissists. People who don't teach their men how to take care of their families are basically narcissists and losers. Because what are they saying? They're saying, well, you can look for a female to take advantage of, basically. Yeah. And women don't know that there are these types, okay? Young women don't know that there are these types. So sometimes I do blame the mothers of the females because they don't want them, or the you know, like the parents of the female, not just the mother, because it's their job to warn the females and explain to them why they are giving them restrictions, that they are giving them restrictions. Sometimes parents are well-meaning, like when they tell a girl, like, okay, don't wear these types of clothes, don't do this, don't do that, but they're not explaining why. And the reason why a girl can end up hating their parents is because she doesn't know why, and if you don't explain why, she thinks you're controlling. And girls hate being controlled, right? A girl doesn't like, women hate being controlled. Okay, if you want a woman to stay away from you and get away from your life very, very quickly, try to take her agency, her independence, or threaten it in any way, that girl's gonna leave you. Okay? Some of these men don't know how to take care of themselves, okay? Men, There are more men in the mortuary than women. There are more men in alcoholism than women. Okay? There are more men masturbating than women. Okay? Men in our society have become losers. Men in our society have become losers. Okay? There are more men in the mortuary. There are more men in the rehab centers, drug addiction, right? There are more men watching porn. There are more homeless men. All these, right? Men are incapable of taking care of themselves. All these things, they're talking about macho men, macho men, macho men. Most men, they rely on women to take care of them. There are more men who are obese. There are more men who are having heart problems, right? You get, right? You get, like, so as a woman, don't be in a rush, to get married. Because 90% you turn around, there's a loser, there's another loser, there's another loser, right? It's a loser's epidemic out there. Men are leading that, okay? It's a loser's epidemic, and men are leading the losing epidemic, right? They don't read books. There are more women graduating, more women enrolling in college than men, right? It's a loser's epidemic for men, okay? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Surab searched for beauty and it landed him here. I can't blame YouTube, I can't blame YouTube, because at the end of the day, look at me, okay? Some women were made on the 7th day. God waited to make me on the 8th day. When he was resting, that's when he was like, okay, let's create Kanini. That girl, that girl making her on the 8th day. Because I gotta work on this melanin. I gotta work on this glow. I gotta work on this smile, okay? I'm sorry, God be like, girl, you the 8th day, girl. Other people are made on the 7th day. God be like, I have a secret weapon. I have a secret. Surab, that's why YouTube sent here when you search for beauty. Okay? 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 Hey, if you want to be coached on how to be beautiful, I have a course, okay? Some of you think it's a joke. But if you want to be regular, fine. But if you want to level up, come. I'll show you how to cut your time. Cut your time and make it. I coached my friend, okay? I coached my friend, and right now she's so trim. She sent me a photo of her this morning, and I was like, girl, right? My coaching works 100% if you follow it, though. If you don't follow it, it's not gonna work. But you wanna glow? Christian, Frankie, love you. Okay? So today we are talking about losers epidemic. There's a losers epidemic. And I know some of you don't want to hear this. Some of you don't want to hear this, but somebody's gonna say it. There's a losers epidemic, and men are leading in that losers epidemic. More men are in mortuaries than women. More men are drug addiction than women. More men are homeless than women. So when you turn around as a woman and you're dating, okay, just think about the kind of person that, stop asking me to turn around, okay? I was about to even go get my towels, but I don't turn around for people. I don't perform for people on my channel. I don't do that shit. I'm classy. So here's the thing, right? More men are losers than women in this day and age. I didn't make it up, statistics did, okay? And if statistics are saying that, I didn't make it, the men decided to do this. I'm just telling you what's already there, I'm not making it up, okay? So, if you're a girl looking for a man to marry and start a family with, right? Remember, most of them are losers. They just want sex without commitment. They want something casual. I've seen it on dating sites. They say stuff like, I want to see where things go. If you see a man saying that on a dating site that he wants to see where things go, swipe him left, okay? He's a loser. He's just advertising it to you, okay? He's a loser, okay? Then there are selfish men who already have women and they are like, I want to be in a polyamorous relationship. I don't even know what it is. Yeah, they want to be in a, I don't know. In a, what do they call it these days? These days they are calling it ethical non-monogamy. They're calling it ethical I'm sure you're probably a loser. They're calling it ethical non-monogamy, right? The reason why is because it's easy to throw a stone and hit a loser. You know, just pick up a pebble, throw it, it'll land on a loser. That's how easy it is to find a man that's a loser. And I'm not saying this to scare you or scare women, right? Most men are not there taking care of their bodies, okay? They're just eating whatever junk, ultra-processed fats that they find, okay? It's a loser's epidemic, okay? Probably die of heart disease. I'm telling you, right? And there's nothing bad than somebody who wants you to take care of him and he's a grown man. There's nothing more tiring for a woman than a grown man who wants to be taken care of like a baby. Okay? Shit's exhausting. That shit is exhausting. Okay? Shit's exhausting. Somebody doesn't know how to eat. Somebody does not know how to lose weight. Okay, somebody does not want to understand their attachment style so that they can thrive in relationships. These people don't want to grow. Okay? They don't want to develop their Stone Age brain. Okay? They're living in the Stone Ages and they don't like personal growth and personal development. That's why there's a lot of men in the mortuary. There's a lot of men who are drunkards in doing drugs, okay? That's why they're getting divorced right, left, and center, right? There is a loser's epidemic. Yep. There is a loser's epidemic. Yeah, men are losers in this economy. When they're not able to control women, because women don't want them, okay? Now they're angry, they're depressed, they're drinking, okay? Weak. We have weak men, okay? And the more reasons, you know, as a woman, you know, like, don't even romanticize relationship or these people, okay? Most of them, they don't have it. Whatever you're looking for, they don't got it. They don't got it. Stop romanticizing relationships with men, okay? Because unless you like being exhausted all the time, okay? Unless you find a grown-up man behaving like a little boy, to be exciting for you. Okay? I'm telling you. They don't have it. These are people controlled by low level energies of lust. Okay? They cannot overcome their sexual lust. Right? That's why you hear them say, I want something like ethical non-monogamy. Okay? They cannot control their lust. They are weak. They are very weak. Okay? Some of the men, okay, unfortunately, are also attracted to other men, but instead of being openly gay, I respect men who are gay. Men who come out and openly say, I'm gay. Because it's the end of the story. I know you're gay. You can go get your preference. It's okay. You know, nothing we can do about it, right? But because there are some people in society who are narrow-minded and they shame people for being gay, so there are all these men who don't want to be with a woman, but they feel the social pressure to be with one so that they can feel socially accepted, and they're looking for victims. Okay? They are looking for victims. They are looking for a woman to present to their family or friends so that they can show them that, you know, I'm an regular, ordinary guy, right? And then you're there wondering, why is my husband not to me? Why doesn't he even touch me? That man is gay. He's not attracted to you because he's gay. There's nothing wrong with you. Normal men are attracted to women, right? So, if he's not touching you at all, okay, the man is gay. It's not your problem, okay? Because a lot of women, you don't want to imagine like this person is gay. Like, how can you not see it? I can tell you even on a dating site, what kind of a man has a gay vibe. Like, if women, these things you can tell, especially the way men groom, right? The way they take care of themselves, okay? Most men, to be honest, most men are disgusting, right? They don't know how to take care of themselves. They don't know how to groom and look pleasant, right? Which is one of the reasons why, you know, most of them will not have a date anyway, because, you know, like they smell like, you know, stuff like that, right? But if you want to know a man on the DL, he's extremely groomed, okay? He's extremely groomed. You'll never see his sideburns out of ordinary. You probably even have piercings. I don't date any guy with a piercing, okay? That, when I see a piercing, for me that tells me DL, okay? And I know, like, because in the 80s, that's how men used to identify each other if they are gay. They'd have piercings, right? Because regular normal guy, they don't want to have a piercing, right? So for me, if I see any types of piercings, I know that guy is on a DL. Okay? I know. He probably wants to suck it. I know that. Okay? No, people think like this. I'm not, you know, I'm not like a bitter woman. I'm a woman who knows life, okay? Who says it as it is, because a lot of men are not used to women saying things as it is because they are losers. And when you speak up and you tell the truth as a woman, they want to see like there's something wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm just saying shit, okay? The way I see it. Okay? You probably would respect it coming from another man, but when you hear it coming from another woman, you're like, I can't believe she's saying that. We are saying these things. Okay? Because I'm not saying something new. I'm not saying anything new. All of you know these things. You just don't want to say them, okay? You know these things. You are thinking it. I just said it. You are thinking it. I just said it. Right? So don't come here and blame me for saying things that you've already observed and things that you already know. Right? And if you do shit, I don't care. Okay? Okay? Men don't watch what they eat. Okay? You know, some men, they will go eat a pig's nose, eat a pig's tongue. You know, they'll eat shit. And they don't even think like, oh, like maybe if I'm eating all this stuff, it's affecting the way I think, it's affecting my DNA, stuff like that, right? Like they just don't watch what they eat. And it's disgusting. Right? If you tell them there's something like keto, there is something like fasting, no. They don't want to hear that shit, right? All these men, sometimes I'm walking and I'm looking at their bellies and I'm like, this person looks like they've been pregnant like all of their life, you know? And I'm like, how, you know, like all this drinking, you know, the liver damage, the liver is damaged. You know, if you tell such a guy, oh, go do some intermittent fasting, take care of your body, learn keto diet, improve your appearance, okay? He won't do it. He'd rather just live his whole life looking like a warthog, okay? He's not gonna do it, okay? And he thinks that his wife is somehow attracted to that. She's not, okay? You're not attractive. Go lose some weight. You're not attractive. You know you're not attractive. You look at yourself, you hate yourself, you know you're not attractive. Okay? Okay? Go learn something. Go learn about losing weight, stop being a loser. It's a loser's epidemic, guys. Okay? They don't want coaching. They don't want to learn. They, you know, you suck with relationships, okay? Most men suck with relationships, okay? They think they don't even care to know what women want, okay? Most men are attracted to other men. Most men are attracted to other men because they don't even know what women want, how women are, okay? Like, then go marry your bros, man. Right? If you want to be with women, you need to learn a little bit about women and you need to know to be a little bit more like women, okay? Women have become more masculine. They go to job, they take care of themselves, they take care of their health, they take care of their bills. But men have not learned to be more feminine. You know, it's still a struggle for some of you to brush your teeth. A grown man, okay? We're not talking about a small baby. Some of you don't even know what a floss is, okay? Losers epidemic. All they think about is population. Population, but how are you going to populate the world when your stomach is like here? When your mouth is, you know, you smell right? How are you gonna get close to a woman who is like, God, please don't even touch me. Move, get out of here, go. And you know how women are. You know how women are. You don't care to be more feminine so that you can even attract more women. Like brushing your teeth, looking good. Right? Hi. I'm just trying to help you. I'm just trying to help you. I'm just trying. You know, men don't want to learn about attachment styles, how people fall in love, what their attachment styles are. They don't want to learn about love languages, right? They don't want to learn how to speak the language of love to women, and they expect that women will somehow fall in love with them back. You don't speak my love language, I'm not ever going to be able to love you. It's just that simple, okay? I have seen some men who understand women, they're able to get 3-4 women, right? And the truth is, it's not because they have money. It's not because they have money. It's because they're emotionally intelligent. Let me take these. I'm cleaning my house because you guys know I was fasting the last week. I was doing a fast. And when you're doing a fast, you don't really work. So, you know, a 7-day fast can really take a toll of you, a toll. Why do you think I'm feeling that way? I'm not feeling any type of way. Okay? I'm not feeling any type of way. I'm just saying things that all of you know, all of you have observed, okay? And nobody is saying anything, you know? Because we live in a society where men are told they are perfect. They don't need to change anything. If there's anything that needs to be changed, it has to come from the females. Men are told, you know, that somehow they can, you know, it's okay for them to have a fupa, and for women, we have to have the tiniest waistline, right? And you see the guy who's looking for a nice, beautiful, slim woman, he has his stomach here, he has his fupa, he has a little tiny weenie, you know, stuff like that, right? And men think, oh, I don't have to change anything about myself, okay? Guess what? I'm here to tell you, change is the only constant, okay? You better also be bringing the best version of yourself. Because in this day and age, few men can make it. And that's why you see only a few men are getting women. A man who's doing well, he'll get 3-4 women. When another loser out here is not getting one woman. Okay? right? Men are masturbating. There's a masturbating epidemic because they're not getting any women. Okay. Right? Men need to level up. Right? Men need to level up big time. Men are more represented in child, in child sex, like looking for minors to have sex intercourse with, right? To rape. There's always an epidemic, men looking to rape children because they're incapable of connecting with a real grown woman, because men will not level up. They will not level up and be able to attract a female who is of the same age. They'd rather take advantage of a small child instead, right? Because their immaturity level is that of an emotionally constipated man. Emotional constipation, right? Underdevelopment, right? I'm not lying. I'm not lying, right? And as a man, you have to look at yourself, right? And ask yourself honestly, how come I'm a loser when it comes to love? Okay? Because some of you think it's because you don't have money. But I know men who don't have money and they have wives, right? And they're working together with their partners, right? I know relationships of people who never started with money. So if you don't have a girlfriend because you don't have money, or you don't have a wife because you don't have money, that just tells me one thing: you're a loser. You're a loser who hasn't worked on himself. And it's okay to tell yourself, like, hey, I'm a loser and I need to work on myself. At least you're beginning with some honesty, right? You're not giving yourself a free pass, right? You're not telling yourself you're good enough when you know you're not, okay? Sometimes it's good to tell yourself that, right? Sometimes it's good to tell yourself that, because even me as a coach, right? Sometimes I'll be like, okay, how am I not connecting with people? Maybe I'm not telling them the truth, right? Sometimes it's good to tell yourself, maybe I need to change something. Maybe there is the way that I'm talking that is not happening, right? Don't tell yourself you're good enough when you're not. You're just going to keep lying to yourself over and over and over. And soon enough, there'll be no left voice in your head that tells you the truth. And that's how you become a loser forever, okay? Tell yourself you're dumb, so you go grab a book and read, right? Don't tell yourself you're smart when you know you're dumb. Tell yourself, I'm dumb, let me go read a book about my health, right? Let me go read a book about weight loss. Let me go get somebody who can explain this and this to me, okay? Right? Don't become a loser because you're afraid. You're afraid to be a loser. Telling yourself I'm a loser in the first place and I need to change, that is positive thinking. That is positive thinking, okay? Because all these things that all your teachers are telling you to tell yourself, you're so good. I'm not saying everybody has potential. You have great potential because you have a human brain, okay? You have a human brain, you have great potential. We all have great potential. But that potential doesn't mean anything if you don't learn, Okay? If you don't learn equals, and if you don't put into practice what you learn, it's going to end up the same place where you are, right? Nothing's ever gonna change. So for me, I find it more honorable for people who decide, like, guess what? I'm a loser. My friends are losers, right? You know how your friends talk. They have this cheap talk, right? Yeah, they're drinking. They don't have women. They're out there just talking ill about women because they've been hurt in the past, right? They're all this red pill content, right? They're talking about how they're going to sleep with a lot of women. They are losers. They're being led by their very low level lusts. Lust is very low level, okay? People who are led by lust are led by the lowest of the lowest levels of emotions, right? Low frequency, low frequency. If you're in that kind of environment, you will never grow. You will never grow because your environment will cultivate whatever you want your environment to do. That's why some of you are not growing. Some of you are not growing because you're surrounded by losers, okay? People won't tell you anything about anything, right? There's a losers epidemic among men. I don't even know, men say they usually listen to other men. They listen to patriarchy. I don't know what patriarchy is telling you these days. Because whatever patriarchy that you're in, it's causing you to be the leading number of people in the mortuary. It's causing you to be the leading people who have stress and depression. It's leading you to become the weak people who have anxiety, okay? And you want to blame women instead of taking 100% responsibility for your life, okay? You want to blame your mother. You want to blame your father. You want to blame anybody, right? But yourself, right? Because you think it's somebody else's responsibility to come here and live your life for you, okay? You don't take any responsibility. All you're looking for is hookups and more sex, creating more babies that you're never going to take care of, traumatizing people. Women are traumatized to be in relationship with these men. It's traumatizing, right? We have a losers epidemic, Stop masturbating. Go get into a healthy relationship, marry, have children, take care of those people, have a life. Why do I need to be telling you this shit? I want you to do it to me, please. Get a life for yourself, Dave. Just go get a life for yourself. Then you don't want to get married, then become a loser who perpetually masturbates. Telling you. Today I'm not sparing you. Today is not the day I spare people. Okay? You're overrepresented. Watching porn, okay? That kind of life. Whatever devil lied to you, okay? You men have become so selfish, okay? So selfish, okay? when can you become a leader in this society? By being so selfish. So selfish that you don't even want to help your children. You don't want to do anything, right? Right? I know this economy has got you by the balls. It has everybody by the balls. Okay? But it shouldn't erase your essence of what you should be able to do. Right? Some of you let the system beat the man out of you. Okay? You've allowed the system to beat the man out of you. Have a plan. Have a plan. A woman who likes a man with a plan. Okay? It doesn't have to be the plan that you go and you buy a mansion and you stay in debt. It can be just a plan, okay? Stop going to prostitutes to have sex. Have some self-respect. Today I'm tough. A term likes that I tell it like it is, right? Yeah, because some of us, we waste too much time coaching people. And coaching doesn't have to be that hard, right? As a coach, it doesn't have to be that hard. Right? Do I take time to explain love? If you're struggling with love, can I coach you on how to understand your nervous system, understand attachment theories, and help you find and keep love? Of course, I can do that. But the biggest problem is not that. It's not helping you understand your attachment style, find and keep love. The biggest thing is some of you just want to watch porn, right? Instead of sit there and understand what it takes to have a mature relationship, what it takes to have a thriving relationship, okay? How it is that you can get over, you know, getting over what happened in your family. Maybe your mother, you know, was this weak woman and your father was this wicked bastard, right? Those are things you can work with when you are getting coached, right? But some of you don't want to change because you're already addicted to porn. You're already addicted to going to weird hotels with weird people that you don't know. You're already addicted to having all these threesomes and stuff like that, okay? You're already addicted to having free casual sex, right? And you don't see the devil in that, okay? You want that low life, right? You want that low life, and because it's cheap and it leads nowhere, right? It doesn't hold you accountable for anything, right? You're like, okay, well, you know, the work comes with working. Okay, I'm a man. I need to be with a woman. I need to work on my relationship skills. I need to work on my communication skills. That's when you become a man, when you start realizing, oh, right? Otherwise, you're going to get married like a fool who doesn't know what he's doing, and 2 months later, the woman will be like, I'm done being with this idiot. Because I cannot do it. I cannot, it's just not possible, right? Because you're married and you still remember those hotels that you used to frequent, okay? You're having all these people that you're DMing on Instagram instead of respecting your marriage and your relationship, right? Because something doesn't change here for you. You know, you've become a fool and the fool is already locked in here, right? You can't get rid of him. Cannot get rid of him, right? Because it's here, right? You're trying to trick life to give you a good relationship when you're still that weirdo, okay? That's living and driven by low level lust, like low level frequencies, right? You still you're still governed by that brain, you know, the lowest human brain, the lowest parts of your brain are the ones governing you, right? And you're thinking, oh, there's some positive change coming out of this. There's no positive change coming out of that. There'll be no positive change coming out of it. Okay? Because you haven't changed. Something in you hasn't changed. And so all these generational traumas your father had that he educated you on and you picked up from your family, you know, all these things, you haven't changed them. Okay? If you haven't changed them, they're going to move from you to your children. Okay? And it's going to be like a curse going down your family line. Because none of the males in your family decided to learn what love is, to understand communication, to understand all this. You know, because you've been educated to think like you're good enough, you're a man, you're just good enough, you don't have to do anything, you're just good, right? And now you keep transferring all those generational curses down your line. You didn't have a good relationship, your parents didn't have a good relationship with each other, now you don't have a good relationship with your spouse. Your parents didn't have a good relationship with you, now you don't have a good relationship with your kids. Now you're living in this weird life, right? And you're looking for something to fill that void, but you don't want to change. So you don't want to change, you're locked in here, right? You become your own prisoner because you don't want to change. And life is fair, right? Marriage is from the past to give a woman security. You said it yourself, a woman has evolved. Marriage was meant for women. Marriage was meant for men. Okay? Marriage was meant for men. First of all. Because all women want to be married to only the men in power. That's what they want, right? All women want a Kobe Bryant, right? And if marriage allowed women to be married to Kobe Bryant, all of them to be married to be Kobe Bryant, some men would never have a wife. Some men would never have a wife. That's why they say one man, one woman, because some men would never ever get married. Do you understand that there are men who will never have sex with a woman, all they will have is porn? Because they cannot attract a woman. Because they are too dull, they lack communication skills, they don't know how to talk to a woman. Right? There are men who will never pass down their genes. The men will never pass down their genes. Okay? Now, if you don't want to get married, you don't want to get married. Right? Go live single, watch porn, do whatever, right? You don't want to get married. That's, you know, that is that, right? I'm talking about somebody who wants to take their life to another spiritual level. Okay? Somebody who thinks they have something to gain from a loving relationship that is made based on great communication, based on loving communication, having somebody who cares for you. You know, I'm talking about somebody who is awakened enough to realize, hey, I have a nervous system and long-term relationships are better for my nervous system than all these short-term relationships that lead nowhere. Okay? Because you gotta have that maturity, right? Nobody can give you that, right? If you haven't reached there, you know, just look at the content that the people that in your life that are influencing you that way. They're probably all single. They don't have relationships. They are bitter. They've been failed in relationships. But the most important thing is they don't want to change anything about themselves. Okay? They don't want to. So, you know, if you think about it, in this society that we are living, people just gravitate towards family life, okay? People gravitate towards family life. And if you don't have a family, like if you don't come from a big family, personally I come from a big family, right? My siblings are like 8, just my siblings, and then they have kids and all that, right? So people just gravitate towards family life, right? And the lead of mental health problems is loneliness. So some of you are like, I don't want relationships, but you don't have family, especially for men, right? For women, if you're not in a relationship as a woman, right, it's not bad for you, because women have women have close relationships. Okay, women are easily able to have other close relationships with other females, all that, right? And they get into activities of life, like a lot of things. Women can easily, even if they are widowed or their spouse dies, right? They'll still have some sense of community. Single men gravitate towards drinking, going to the bar, you know, paying women for sex, or even paying men for sex. You know, they do all that. Okay? Marriage benefits men than it benefits women. Okay? Married women don't live as long. Okay? Married women don't live as long. Single women live longer than married women. Married men live longer than single men. Okay? The reason why women these days don't want to get married to men is because it's not beneficial for them. Right? If I'm going to get into a relationship with somebody and it's going to shorten my life, then it's not worth it. Right? So the biggest losers when women don't want to be with men is men. Men don't want to admit this, but you know it's true. Right? A married man, if he wants to have sex, all he has to do is go home and be nice to his wife. What does a single man have to do? So many weird things. Look for a hoe, drive, try to convince a girl to come over. All this weird shit. Right? All this weird shit that makes you a weirdo. Today I'm just saying it as it is. Okay? Some of them, they even look for little girls walking down the street alone. Women are innocent and holy angels, right? You sound bitter talking that way. Right? This conversation is not about women, right? This is a male-centered conversation, okay? Because every time you want to tell men something, you know why? They shift the conversation towards women. This is not about women. This is not about women. This is you looking at yourself, okay? Self-improvement is not about you changing so that somebody else can change. It's about you changing whether or not somebody else decides to change. Right? It's about you making the positive changes for yourself, right? Not for anybody else. Yourself. When I go on a fast to help heal my body, it's not gonna heal you, right? I'll be the one making those changes to heal my body. It's just gonna heal me, right? Don't get into that habit of when somebody is asking you to change and help yourself, you're like, oh, but my mother will not change. If I change, this person is not changing. But you know, like, it's not about them, it's about you. It's not, they are not even part of this conversation. You know, your ex-girlfriend who dumped you is not part of this conversation. You know? Just because you decide to, that does not mean they'll forgive all the things that you did when you had not leveled up. Okay? They'll say good for you. And they'll still move on and still carry on with their life. Right? But you gotta ask yourself at the end of the day, right? How long am I going to keep watching porn? Right? How long? Let me actually drink some water. Constantine, hi. Right? I know. Am I sounding heartbreaking? I hope so. I hope so, because at the end of the day, you gotta feel. You gotta ask yourself, right? How long am I going to keep paying women for sex? How long am I going to keep watching porn? How long am I going to keep masturbating the rest of my life? Or am I going to actually challenge myself to learn communication, to learn about relationships, attachment theory, to learn and change and be able to enjoy a lasting relationship and stop living like some monkey on the jungle that just jacks off? And then, you know, you gotta realize, like, you gotta exercise your higher level emotions, right? You can't be led by just down there. That's why you have the heart here, right? And you have the brain and the processing unit here, right? These are the heart and your brain, right? These are the things that should be controlling you. If that is controlling you, something's wrong with your spirituality, because you can't always be led by low-level chakras, low-level frequencies. You have to ascend. Right? Some of you have a bad attitude. You have a bad attitude about growth and about change, right? If you change and it benefits your life, right? You get married men make more money than single men. Okay? They have better social status than single men. They're more respected than single men, right? Because somebody who operates from the heart and from the mind is very different from somebody who is led by low level. Okay? Look at Obama, right? Former President Obama, right? Great example of a happily married man, direction, who knows how to prioritize things. He's not there blaming women. He's not there becoming a victim. He's not there, right? Married men, I'm not saying they are good, right? I'm not saying you become that married man that cheats, right? Some of you are kind of slow, okay? I'm not saying you become that weird married man that cheats. That's why I work on before you get married. Is this kind of like not get, are you kind of guys a little bit slow? Because sometimes I'm like, are they serious? Like, reflecting. Yeah, still like people are deflecting, don't want to take responsibility for their personal change, right? You try to show them the benefit of something, they're like, yeah, but yeah, stuff like that. Like, you gotta be serious. You gotta stop making excuses to be a loser, okay? Just because somebody does that something, right? You already don't, okay? Right? If you know somebody is, people cut wood or cut wood nicely. If I told you wood, are you going to choose not to cut wood because other people don't cut wood nicely? Or are you going to use a better technique? It's called bettering yourself, bettering your life, okay? But some of you are busy looking at other people instead of thinking, how am I going to do this in a successful way, right? How am I going to get into a relationship? Otherwise, go live yourself. I mean, otherwise you can go masturbate the rest of your life and pay for hoes, watch porn, all this nonsense. And it's going to leave you empty at the end of the day, right? Because you cannot argue with science that says connection will prolong your life. Good, solid connections will prolong your life. So do you want to do that? Or do you, maybe some of you guys, you're better off marrying other men. The law actually allows you to marry a man. You don't have to marry a woman, right? But you just gotta learn how, if you like men, right? If you're like, hey, I like spending my time with men most of the time, right? I believe some men don't even want to spend time with women. Because for them to have a relationship with a woman, then you gotta do some of the things that women do. But you actually don't like women, you like men. And you gotta be honest with yourself, like if you really just like to spend your time with other men. If somebody is divorcing you, it's because you did not learn about relationships before you started, okay? It's because you're a loser, okay? Divorce is for losers. If somebody is divorcing you, it's because you're a loser. If a woman is divorcing you, let me tell you, if a woman married you and she's divorcing you, you're a loser. You don't want to grow, you want to get into a relationship, you don't want it to be healthy, you don't want to work on whether it's healthy or not, okay? You are in it for yourself, you're going into a relationship thinking about what can I get from this woman, okay? And she realizes you're not a good man and she divorces you because you're a loser. It's a loser's epidemic. Stop being a loser. That's why I'm telling you today, Stop being a loser. Some of you still, some of you still don't want to get it. No, this is not negativity. It's not negativity, Constantine, okay? This is not negative. Sometimes when somebody says things that you don't want to hear, you think it's negative, okay? But if you want to tell people the truth, then tell people the truth. If this was a man saying these things, you guys would be listening and you might even think it's funny, right? The truth is the truth. It's a loser's epidemic out here. People are not telling it as it is, right? Men are overrepresented in the mortuary, okay? They're dying, right? Men are doing more drugs than women. Men are frequenting prostitutes. Men are getting divorced, okay? Their relationships are not working. Are stressed out and well, I have to tell them the truth, right? It is the truth. It is what it is out there, right? And if you don't want to look and as a man and be like, I don't want to be part of these statistics, right? I don't want to be part of this statistics of men who are running around on the streets looking for children who are unsupervised so that they can rape somebody. I don't want to be part of those men getting AIDS and herpes and HIV because it's on the rise. Then something about you has to change. And nobody can do it for you. You do have to change it yourself. All these people on the manosphere are not saying these things. They are telling men to blow up their ego. Guess what? Go blow up your ego. See where it lands you. I'm not being negative. I'm telling you the truth because who's gonna tell them? I don't even hear it in the church. When I go to the church, because I go to church, I don't hear them. I don't hear anybody telling them like, hey, marry, be faithful to your wife and stop spreading diseases. You know, I don't hear anybody telling men, you know, learn from your childhood trauma, learn to rewire and reshape it so you stop passing it down the generation. I don't hear it because everybody is busy blowing men's ego, telling them you don't have to change anything, you're too good for humanity. Right? You gotta look at it. You gotta look at it. Yeah? You gotta have to look at it, right? I mean, how much money does a man need to make so that he can change his attitude? How much money does a man need to make so that he can go work on his childhood traumas and become a human being again? How much money does a man need to make so that he can work on his emotional intelligence and his emotional awareness of himself and how he makes other people feel around him? Right? Some of you are busy just spreading anger towards everybody, fighting, beating up women, drinking, all this negativity just spreading, and you think that, oh, this will make for a long-term relationship. Somebody will love me unconditionally. Women are not your mother. You know? Even your mother will be like, at some point she's like, I'm not going to be the damn fool, throw this bastard in jail. Right? At some points, she don't, you know, she'll be like, you're not a child no more. At some point, right? Why are men not being told these things? I know some of you think it's funny. Some of you think it's funny. I am not being mad. I'm not mad mad, okay? I'm not mad. I'm just saying it as it is. I'm just saying it as it is today, okay? Don't live that kind of life. Don't be a loser. But if you want to become a loser, if you're dedicated to being a loser, it's not that hard, okay? It's not that hard. Because all it takes is to be somebody who doesn't look into the mirror. But let me tell you, all the good things that you want are on the other side of change. They are on the other side of you deciding you don't want to become a loser. Okay? All these other things are on the other side. Okay? Because you can't tell me it's fun for you every time you look around, you're horny and loves you. Right? Right? You can tell me that. Right? You enjoy that life. You don't have long-term. You can present to a woman that says, hey, this is my goal, this is my plan. We get married, we have children, we save our money, we build our first home, we do this, we do this, because you're thinking like a loser, like, hey, I need to have a house and a car and everything, right? You don't have a plan of how you can be faithful to a woman, you can build things together, and you can enjoy that life, because you just do want your freedom so that you can fuck around. There are diseases out here ready to catch you and kill you. Okay? A lot of you men don't have a huge lifespan. Okay? A lot of men die before they are the age of 60. So that means if you don't plan your life well, you're not achieving anything. Right? You don't have till 90. But some of you will make it till 90 because you don't want to change the way you eat garbage. You eat anything pretty much. You're drinking, you're doing drugs. You have all these problems, heart problems, even before you're 50. You're not going to make it to 90. If you want to make it to 90, you better start changing today. I was gonna tell you this, okay? All these people, they tell you in the manosphere, they're not telling you this. They're not telling men this, okay? They're not telling men this. They want you to think you're doing life good, right? And there's nothing wrong with you, okay? Continue on with that life. Continue on with that life. To be honest, I don't like tattoos. Like, if somebody has tattoos, then they have them. It's not my business. But I don't like them. I don't know. It's, for me, it's like unnecessary pain. Like, why do I have to do this? Then I have to wait for it to heal. Like, it's unnecessary. This is a figure of the brain. Something came off. there is that tendency that these days the difference between men and women, and why men and women are not getting along, is because women have so much improved themselves and men have not done anything. Okay, men have not done anything because men fell into this thought that, hey, if he goes to work, then he can come home, right, not do anything, lazy around, eat, and just, like, hey, I paid the bills, I'll just come home and sleep, become a lazy dog, and you can't do anything. Okay, and women are disgusted by that behavior. Let me tell you, if you're a man and you thought that that was okay, women find you pathetic. Women find you pathetic, right? And so, and once a woman labels you as pathetic in her mind, most women will not tell you. Most women will not tell you. She has labeled you as pathetic. She will try to communicate it to you. And if you don't change, she's going to count her days until she leaves you. That's why I tell you, women divorce losers. Okay? Women don't divorce good men. If a man comes here and cries to me like, oh, the divorce came out of nowhere, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, okay, this is another loser. Your therapist will not even tell you because, your therapist come back to another session so that they get paid, because if you don't come back, they don't get paid. So they're not gonna tell you, like, you're a loser, that's why she divorced you. But most women divorce men who think that they come into a relationship and they should behave like children in a relationship. You come home, you're lazy, you don't clean after yourself, right? Like a real grown-up should do, right? You don't clean after yourself like a grown person. You don't. For you, that's not important, right? Like, be a man, okay? Be a man that a woman can rely on as a woman, okay? Some of you, when your children are being born, you're not even there. You don't know your children's names. You don't know their teachers' names. You don't know their birthdays, right? These are your children, okay? You don't know when they were born, right? Why would she not divorce you? Right? Why would she not divorce you? I'm telling you these things because some of you don't listen to women talk, right? I listen to women talk all day. And women are shocked. They're shocked that they live with grown men. If she left you with kids, you don't know what to feed them. You're a grown man, right? You're 20, 30, 40, right? And you don't know how to prepare a meal for your children. What if she died and she wasn't able to come back? They'd never eat, right? Some of you, the best thing you can do is to go to McDonald's and buy some chicken nuggets. Like a stupid person who doesn't understand that food is poison. And that's what you're going to feed your children. Women are shocked because you can't take time in your day to learn about nutrition. You cannot take time in your day to understand what's healthy eating, right? You cannot take time in your day to understand what's good for the brain, for your developing child's brain, right? All you want to do is to buy those stupid little snacks and call yourself daddy, right? And you think you've passed the exam of being a father, because you bought some snacks. How about you go and buy some real food for your children, food that can actually be put on the table, food that can develop a child's brain. How about you learn that kind of stuff? Okay, some of you you get children, right? You don't want to know what kind of vaccination system, you know, that your child should be getting, right? You don't want to be informed about what kind of what if they put poison in those vaccines and your child is getting one? You don't want to know. You're not interested, right? You just want to call yourself a father with zero responsibilities. Women think you're foolish. You're not hearing this because you do not talk to women. You're not part of their conversations because you like spending time with other men. You got a lot of growing up to do if you think you know everything, right? These women will not have respect for you. You want respect? A woman will not have any respect for you if you don't remember her birthday, you don't remember your wedding anniversary, you don't know when your kid was born, you don't know the pediatrician's name, right? Like she has to tell you what's missing in your kitchen and you say you are the head of the household, right? You should be able to know when, you know, some of you, a woman has to literally write a list for you. Go get this, get this, get this, get this, and you still get it wrong. Like you don't know what's usually normally used in the house, right? You're so absent-minded. You know, she feels like she's living with another child. If you can get these things, you will be able to get into a relationship with a woman and have lasting connection and relationships. Because she doesn't have now to keep reminding you like a child, right? And you will not start defending yourself, you know, for not knowing anything, because now you know these things. Because this is what we do as human beings. We get defensive. When somebody knows more than we do, we get defensive, right? Women don't want to carry all that weight. They want you to show up like a man who knows weight. So what I say is develop yourself first, okay? Know about your nutrition, right? At least you care about yourself, right? I hoping you love yourself, right? Know about nutrition. If you wouldn't feed yourself that, then you don't feed your children, right? That way you're able to make about healthy decisions about food and eating in your household, because women, we do care about diet. We do care about what we put on the table for our family, right? Start getting into that mindset. I know some of you today, you may not like it, but nobody is telling you these things, and men are so behind. So behind that it's worrying, right? You're worried about population, repopulating the world. You should probably be worrying about how do I get how do I connect and create good relationships with women? As a man, what are the things that she cares about that I need to be caring about? Women care about nutrition. You know, they care about being with a partner in the household that is using their brain, you know, like you know what's happening in this household. You don't come there and all you do is watch TV, play video games like a boy, like she's your maid. You get divorced so fast, so fast, okay? You have a drinking problem, you haven't dealt with your childhood traumas, right? And you're getting married, you're going to get divorced so fast. Hey, it's going to be embarrassing how fast she will move in 3 months when she realized, like, this is what I'm dealing with. Oops, my socks. Right? Some of you do this. You know, you leave socks on the couch when you're living with a woman, expecting her to be your maid, like your mother, that she's going to collect this. Okay? For me, I cannot collect these things for you, right? I have no respect for a man who does that. When I'm single, I can do this. When I'm living with other people, I am mindful of the environment that I am, that I am putting for them, right? Cleaning up after a child is one thing. Cleaning up for a 35-year-old man, that's annoying, right? And some of you wonder why your wife is always in a bad mood, why she doesn't love you. Level up. It's those small things. Sometimes we think like, oh, it's all these things that we have to change. No, relationships actually go down the drain because of very small things. Right? Relationship go down the drain because of 42-year-old man, right? Welshman, right? Yeah, nobody's doing that shit, right? For me, some women are just waiting until their kids are a little bit more independent to leave you, okay? Because they're done with the bullshit. And you're thinking my marriage is going so very well because you don't do anything at home, you're lazy, you get away with shit, and she stopped talking about it. She's planning to leave you, and she will. If she actually gets a better man very quickly, it'll be game over. So these things that we talk about, relationships, how you can make your relationship last, you're doing it for yourself. You're doing it for yourself. Men are so alone, they die alone in the nursing homes. They're doing this, You can't scare a woman into like dying alone because most men die before women. Anyway. Okay? Most men die before women anyway. So telling women, oh, you're gonna die alone. We've always died alone, okay? Okay. This not gonna be new because women outlive men, because women understand diet, they understand food, they work out, they exercise, they run. Women are busy doing these things that make them, they know the bitter herbs to take for longevity. Women have grandchildren that they can play with, okay? All these things that make you live longer. Or they have friends who have grandchildren and they're babysitting for them, right? All these things that make women live longer than men, right? If you're a man and you don't know how to live with the female kind, go live with men. Go live with men, okay? If you never have respect for the women, for women and what they do in society, what they bring to the table, just because she's female, go live with the people that you love spending time with. Right? Me, I don't answer stupid question, Limas. Okay? Time for stupid questions from people who really don't want to level up is gone. Like some of you your best comeback is stupid arguments that are not here or there. The kind of behavior I'm discouraging you from, okay? Get out of that mindset. It's not helping you level up. That's the kind of thinking that gets somebody stuck. The reason people don't change is because they were not taught how to think. Right? I have a financial planning certificate, okay? If you need financial planning, okay? I got a financial planning certificate. So if you need health financial coaching too, I said I'm a life coach. Don't get stuck in your thinking, okay? Don't get stuck in your thinking. I don't date married men, okay? I'm not a loser. Gotcha? You got it? I'm not part of that losers epidemic. You're married, you belong to another woman. What business do I have with you? I'm not a thief, okay? I don't steal people's men. Okay? I got boundaries. Okay? I respect boundaries. Because I wouldn't want somebody taking something from me, right? Right? I wouldn't want somebody taking anything from me. Why would I do that? Subscribe and like, right? Subscribe and like. It's very good to respect other people's relationships, okay, and stay away from married people's business, okay? These are people trying to raise kids. Right? These are people trying to raise children, right? These are people trying to navigate family life in an economy like this. You know, you gotta respect these things. Somebody went before the church of God and said, I want to be with this person, right? And they made a promise towards God. You can't mess with that. You're looking for punishment from God, like swift punishment from God. You gotta be afraid of these things. Yeah. The fear of God is the beginning of wisdom, right? You gotta have some wisdom, right? Can go people's lives, right? Today's Sunday. I'm cleaning. Oh, so I see you waiting, we all are waiting. Oh, Darth Vader, have a good one. Thanks for hopping by, right? Nice to see you. Today's a busy Sunday. So let me sit down for a bit. Let's talk about my fasting. There's water here. Let me drink some water. I usually buy water that's alkaline and I put it in this. Like, subscribe, like, subscribe, like, subscribe. Oof. At least I've done most of the, like, arranging the house, like kind of like putting things back in place. Let me tell you, today my house was so messy because last week I just finished 7-day fasting yesterday. I did a fast for 7 days. You see, I started because I wanted to see if my lymph node here would go down, lymph node swelling, but it's still there. But fasting has a lot of benefits. When you fast, your body gets into ketosis. That's when you lose weight. And you don't lose weight until your body gets into a state of ketosis. And fasting is the way that your body gets into that state of ketosis. So I lost like 5 pounds, more than 5 pounds. When I started, I was weighing 15.5 pounds, right? And the lowest I weighed when I was fasting was 108 pounds. Yeah, but I have had this for 2 years. So fasting makes you learn how to drink water, okay? It is something I learned is how to drink water, because when you're fasting, your throat gets very dry, and so you have to drink lots of water. So I lost, 100. I was weighing. I have 15.5 pounds. The lowest weight I weighed when I checked on Saturday was 108, but I have eaten, so I probably weigh more. After fasting, I made myself some soup, some broth. I could not stop eating that broth because I started yesterday at around 4ish because I started my fasting from 3:30 last Saturday, like not this one, the other one. So, but I was still taking that soup at 9 p.m. and I don't usually never eat even past 6 p.m. And this morning I took another 2 bowls of soup before my body was like, okay, now you're good. You don't have to eat no more. I think, yes, I was a little bit stressed out those years, but I also think that it's a bad habit that I have. Sometimes I go like this, right? And over time, like it's a small little habit, like that can, because it's on this side and it's not on this side. So like right now I catch myself and force myself to go like this. But to be honest, my doctor dismissed it for a long time. Then she put me on physical therapy because I was having back pain. I'm too flexible, so sometimes I get back pain. Then she put me to do like acupuncture and cupping. So that's what I'm doing right now. It relieves the symptoms, but for me, relieving the symptoms is not enough because it kind of feels it. I want it gone. But it could have. I wouldn't be surprised if it was stress at all. Yeah, so if you want to do a 7-day fast, I'd say you really can't do much. You have to be prepared that you're doing a fast and everything is centered around the fast, right? So if I was living with a partner, or somebody, they'd have to do all the work, like everything. Because the truth is, after day 2, your energy is not high. Like, I don't know, some people say they get euphoric and whatever. I did not get euphoric. Okay, I didn't get any like euphoria. My energy was constantly like low. Yeah, because I'm not eating, and also because I don't weigh. I don't weigh much to begin with, so I'm already 100. I was already like 115. So my body doesn't want to lose fat at 115 pounds, right? Because I'm in normal range, right? Anything below 105, my BMI would be underweight. And I didn't want to get to that point where I'm underweight. But my energy was low. I tell you, very, very low. I was trying to do things on my computer, and I'm like, it feels like I don't have power. That's when I started appreciating the power of food and the energy actually food brings us. But also appreciated the fact that we eat too much. Like, hey, if I can survive for 7 days with just putting a little bit of cream, and I put that cream on my tea for like 3 days to help me with the first 3 days, and then the other days I just did water. you know, if I can survive with that and 2 cans of sardines a whole week, I think that we do eat too much. You should be able to fast. You should be able to go on a 17-hour fast easy. Stress is not worth it 100%. I mean, trust me, I'm the kind of person who understands stress is not something to be worth. It's not something worth. You know how I've quit places like works and jobs because they're stressful. I just walk away. And you know why I do that? Is because my nervous system cannot handle combative environments, like chronically combative environments. I prefer peace, right? I prefer well-being, and fashioning my lifestyle to the point where I don't have stress. And yeah, and I do take good care of myself. I'm always doing things that support my nervous system, whether it's meditation, running, walking, drinking water. Like I'm always doing things that support me and my health, right? Eating healthy, cutting out carbs, eating to help with eating based on my hormonal systems, like all that, right? Yeah, so all these things, they are helpful to yeah, that's what I think. Like mental health, for me, my approach to mental health is not just spiritual, right? It's not just the decisions we make, how we make them, creating positive change, right? It's about even a scientific approach to our hormones, like what our hormones are doing to our bodies. Yeah, so today is the day when I'm trying to kind of remedy my life, kind of get it together. I want to put more videos on my channel, so let me know, guys, what you are looking for in terms of videos. I took up I made some videos every day on my 7-day fast, so I'll probably edit them and share them, but it might take me a while to kind of edit them, but I'll be editing. I'll try to edit that video this week. It's probably the one video that I'll edit for this week. It might take me a week or two to finish editing, and then I'll put it up for you guys to see my 7-day fasting, how it went. I'm looking for my phone. I see you winning, I'm winning, we all are winning. Yeah, so ask me something about mental health. Oh, here it is. was wondering, where did I put my phone? I am so grateful that see, I do that a lot. I'm so grateful that YouTube has this thing that stops offensive messages from being seen. And I don't review offensive messages. I just let them disappear into the nothingness they came from. Hi, Ivan. Nice to see you. I know. You know what I need to do? I also need to go to, what do you call them? Like a sauna. Yeah. You. Yeah, so I bought this book, the Book of the Lymph, and yeah, the girl who wrote this is Lisa Levitt. I just finished it. She basically gives you the techniques for lymphatic self-massaging, and I have this. Oopsie. So I have these things for lymphatic massage. Like I have this. It also comes with these wooden things that you can just these are supposed to help with lymphatic drainage. You know, I've been doing this since 2022, these things can really help you relax. Yeah, it's a massage kit. I bought it on Amazon. You know, so what I learned about in this book, so all your lymph nodes, they are draining towards the heart. If you can understand this, so you're trying to move the lymphatic fluid towards the heart. So you never do this, right? You always move towards the heart. Like your movements are moving towards the heart because that's where your lymphatic fluid wants to go. So let's say like this, you got lymph nodes on your neck, right? Remember, they are moving this way. They are moving towards the heart, right? So you're massaging towards the heart. Like even when you're doing your strokes, you're never repeating them back and forth like that. You want to move that fluid towards the heart so that you help. The lymphatic fluid doesn't have a pump. So it doesn't have anything moving it apart from the vibrations that it gets from when your heart beats, from the blood, when your heart is pumping. So it moves very slowly. So if you want to support the movement, and this will help you not to feel very fatigued because you're helping the movement, then everything you move it towards the heart. Like if you're massaging your legs, you're moving it towards the heart. Like everything is moving towards the heart. Never away. It's going to heal itself. It's going to heal itself. The body eventually heals itself, right? When you support it the way it needs to help. So for me, I believe it's a matter of time because there's a time I was struggling with my back and I started physical therapy. I started learning what my back needs. When I thought my back would never heal, right? I thought my back pain would never go. You know, even though I'm still like very flexible, I don't have back pain. Like back pain is not an issue for me anymore because I learned how to heal it. So we can get sick and you might think, oh, this is chronic, because a lot of people, you know how many people I had tell me back pain never goes away, back pain never goes away. My back pain went away, but guess what? I do yoga, I run, I do these planks, I hold them. You guys have seen me do strength work, strengthening my body. Of course, if I do those things, my back pain will go away, right? Of course, if I start doing all these lymphatic drainage work, this will go away too, right? I had some woman tell me that she had this sciatic nerve pain. She could not, she had a sciatic nerve pain, and people would tell her, sciatic nerve pain does not go away. She was having a problem driving to LA. Like she was asking me, can you help me drive? So I drive her. But she was trying all these things, stem cells, all these exercises, stretching. Eventually the problem went away. And she went back to normal. And people were telling her that she can't heal from sciatic nerve pain. She healed it. And we get these things that come into our life, right? And you're thinking, oh, this will not go away. Trust me, it'll go away, right? It'll go away if you consistently do your research, try new things, you know, learn about the problem, what actually heals it. It'll go away, right? It's a matter of time. So like, yeah, like all these things that like people tell you. So like these motions that you have to do, like under the breasts, right? You don't go down, you go in circle motions like that, because you have lymph nodes here also, but they're also draining towards the heart. So remember, it's like a circular stroke, up circle, up circle. You kind of have to master these things, like how the lymph nodes are working. You got a lot of lymph nodes. Let me show you. I put the book. The thing is, it will show you upside down. Like the lymphatic system, like all these are lymph nodes. You see? So all these are lymph nodes. They're draining towards the heart. That's your first line of defense, right? The lymph nodes. You know the lymphocytes, the lymph cells, right? The white cells, right? They are made there. So if the lymphatic system is not good, your immune system is also not good. So for me, that's why I get worried when I have like this. Sometimes I feel like it's gone down and then it swells up. So I'm wondering if there's something that I have in my house that's probably causing it to inflame. But everything that appears in my life, I make it to become my teacher, right? If I have an inflamed lymph node, then this one is going to teach me something about stress and relaxation, right? You let it to become your teacher. Ooh. Jesus. Gayamo, how are you? How's your day going? What's your Sunday like? can't wait to start working out. Yeah, last week I just went down. Like, when you fast for 5-7 days, you are really in a very different state of consciousness, right? Your body is trying, like, it's very different because I could think about food. I was not wanting to eat food, right? Like, because I'm fasting. So my body was like, if you don't eat, that's fine, right? It wasn't craving food. Last week, I only went to the bathroom once, right? And after that, I did not go to the bathroom again except to pee all the water that I've been drinking. It's very different. And yeah, I just could not do a lot of things. I went for walks. One time I went for a walk and I felt a little bit dizzy. So I started like not going for long walks. You know, when you do a 7-day fast, think like somebody who is sick, right? Somebody who is sick is not going to do a whole lot of things. Because your energy is, even if your body can burn the fat you already have, you still, I found myself a little bit confused. I was doing something like, what did I do? Yeah, like having like, what did I do that I felt was like, that's kind of not me. Like like your brain kind of malfunctions. Yeah, there's a day that I was a little bit confused. Or maybe that, I mean, okay, I can't blame myself for that. You know what happened? And I put it on my channel. Last week I decided to go for a walk. And I was in the place where I wanted to walk. It's an island. And a lot of people are there. And I decided, okay, let me walk this island. There were lots of cars. This car stops in front of me and they're like, oh, can you show me the directions to this highway and all that? And I'm explaining the directions. I'm like, okay, go left, go this, go that, go that. And then look to see the driver understands. And the driver, he had taken out his thing and he was playing with it. And so I got pissed off and I left. And I was so upset, I forgot to take the number plates and call the police. And I think I came home very confused. You know, like I was very, very upset and confused. I called my friend. I told her what happened. I guess that wasn't because I was fasting. Yeah, it was such a weird situation. And I was so upset, I forgot to take the number plate and call the police. Because I'm sure that person is not the first time they've done that. And I'm sure that they'll probably do it again. And don't ever stop to help anybody. Don't. Like, I learned my lesson. And I think maybe if I wasn't fasting or going through a fast, I'd never have stopped to try to help somebody. But because I think when I look back at it, I was like, my judgment was off. Like, why didn't I even stop? Right? Like, why did I even stop to do that? Like, I'll never again stop to help anybody. I don't care who you are. Never again. I think that is the universe trying to talk to me and telling me that's a dangerous way of living. Don't do it. Um, yeah, I'll not do that again. I'm not doing that shit again. Don't do it. Trust me, I don't even live in a bad neighborhood. Okay? I thought I was pretty safe. I was in one of the safest neighborhood where I went for a walk. It was one of the safest neighborhoods. Okay? Nothing happens there. Right? Don't stop to help anybody. Art, I'm doing good. The world is ghetto. I tell you, um, very few people want to live a higher frequency life, like with higher values. Um, or they prioritize that, or they don't understand that they can become a different person, like to level up, like like that person, right? You wonder that person, what is going to take them to level up, because he's a grown man and he's going out in the world doing that, right? What does it take for such a person? Because I don't know at this point. Yeah, I have to be careful. See, I learned this lesson, and I'm going to buy some, pepper spray, put it on my keychain, all that. Um, yeah, because some people don't want to be. Uh, some people don't want to be. Some people don't want to level up in life. They don't. you know. Um, like there are people out there traumatizing other people, and they're taking pleasure in doing that. Some kind of weird things that you and I cannot even begin to understand, like why. I don't know why. They are happy traumatizing people. And I believe such a person could do that in front of a child and not worry. If they can do that in front of strangers, I don't think they have any boundaries. whether it's a child or an older person or anything. You know, I read in psychology books that there are people who do that. There are people who actually like exposing themselves to other people. And I thought that was weird until it happens to you and you're like, you know, like for me, unless I'm making a career out of being a comedian, I'm really not concerned about so much how people feel. Like, I don't feel bad, but I'm not responsible for anybody's feelings. Like, I feel like I don't go out of my way to do things that piss people off. Like, I'm not going to do indecent things, right? Stuff like that guy, right? I'm not gonna do stuff like that. But I don't feel it's my responsibility to make anybody happy either. Yeah, that's not a normal behavior. Like, oh God. This is why sometimes I'm like, I don't think I want to have kids because of the kind of world that it's turning into. Like, that somebody can do that. And I don't know. I was so upset. I wish I wasn't so upset that I took a photo and called the police. That's my one regret. That I got so upset and I was like, I didn't even think like I need to take a number plate and report to the police. But I'll never stop to help anybody on the streets ever in my life. I never do. I'm never gonna do that. Being nice. Some people die because of being nice. Like when you've been taught in Christian faith to be good and helpful to strangers, it's a bad thing, and you got to unlearn it in so many levels. It's not always something helpful that you should go around doing. Oh, now I get you, Art. Yeah, you don't go out of your way to make people feel good, but you know when you're around them, you're positive. Yeah, I'm like that too. I'm like that too. Let me put my charger on. Yeah, but I have to unlearn this this niceness, right? Like you cannot be nice with people anymore like that. I didn't talk about Jesus. I talked about Christianity. You're taught to help strangers, you know, like the parable of the Good Samaritan. You know, you're taught to be helpful and help people, right? Like that's better than not helping people. But it doesn't tell you people are fucking dangerous. Right? Like, people are dangerous, okay? If you want to survive, don't help people. Okay, whatever it is, okay, Jesus, Christianity, whatever, right? I don't care. It teaches you to be, it conditions you to have this generous, giving heart. But it doesn't tell you that there are people out there ready to take from you, okay? There are people out there, right, who are so selfish. They'll be taking, right? And I'm not saying don't be generous. I'm not saying don't have a giving heart. But do not get deceived. Do not let your kindness and generosity become the gateway for your to strike you, because they will. I saw a billboard. I saw a reel, like somebody was on the streets. He had this board, and the board was saying, I need somebody to talk to. I have mental health issues, right? And people were passing him. Nobody stopped, okay? Everybody was passing him. Everybody was not talking to him. Everybody was passing. And then he flips the board and he says, free money, right? And he has euros like there. And everybody stopped and plucked one. Everybody stopped and plucked one, took one, right? And that tells you about the people and the kind of environment we are in, right? Most people are ready to take. They're not ready to give, right? There are people who will disguise themselves as needy, right? So they can do what that guy did to me, right? He's asking for direction. As soon as I'm trying to help him for direction, he pulls up his thing and he's playing with himself, right? There are people who will disguise themselves as needing help, right? So that they can take something from you. Whether it's your joy, your innocence, like whatever, they just want to take, right? Because you know, you don't know, you're not the one out there being a predator looking for people to harm. So you don't think that there are people out there looking for people who are kind, preying on them. You don't think that those people exist. There are people like that, and they exist, and you had better know that before you get conned by somebody. And yeah, that's why for me, I'll not stop to help a stranger. I'll be walking right past them. I'm sorry, because now I understand why those people just walk away, because they know it's dangerous out here on these streets, and people want to make sure they go home to their children and their wives in one piece. Down at Maluluki, we have Arafa, Arafataden. Hello, Pizza. Nice to see you. Yeah, make sure you're liking. You hit the like button. If you're writing messages that are inappropriate, they say view message, and I am not reviewing your messages. At some point, you have to give up and stop wasting your time. I don't review messages. If they have that triangle, nobody's going to see your messages. I don't read them. And you're still going to write more. Nobody's gonna read them. Write a message that people can read, that is not psychologically disturbing. You know, I don't read these messages when they say they're in review. They're offensive. They're offensive to people reading them. So I don't read them myself. I don't review them. I'm not going to go there pinicky looking at all these messages, reviewing them, when I know chances are your messages, they're full of shit. I just tell you so that you don't waste your energy, but hey, if you don't mind wasting your energy, keep doing it. Some people don't learn. They're not quick. When you come to post-traumatic bliss, if you have nothing useful to tell us, to tell the people here watching, don't write anything at all, okay? Share us something that is growth-minded, something that can help with health, with well-being, with food, with spices. You know, something spiceful about my life. Don't ask me about what I'm doing today. I've been cleaning and now I'm seated. To see if somebody can say something that can help us here grow, learn, grow, become more emotionally intelligent, make better life choices. We're here trying to figure out life together. So, you know, contribute something that we like. Okay? Contribute something, you know, that other people will find entertaining. Hey, remember that not everyone is mentally fully structured. That is Desmond. Show off royals. Desmond. Shout out to Desmond. Yeah, I 100% agree with you though. Not everybody is going to be well balanced. You know, there's a hierarchy. There's a hierarchy, and some people want to stay on this low level, right? There's always a hierarchy in life, and some people want to be controlled by low level frequencies of lust, promiscuity, drinking, anger, being jealous. Like, there's always going to be people who are always at the low level, and because it's a pyramid, the people at the bottom who have all these negative things going on in their life, there are many, right? They don't wanna go for coaching. They don't wanna advance spiritually. They just wanna go like free range chicken in life, right? They don't want any form of spiritual discipline, you know, out there floating around. Floating around like free range chicken. Okay. No discipline, no spiritual life, no nothing. Okay. um, yeah, they think I don't need a coach, I don't need a spiritual guru, I don't need a way of life, right? They're just out there. Okay. It's very it's kind of very dangerous, right? You don't want to collide with these people. Then there are people at the top of the pyramid, right? Who've opened up their eyes of wisdom, their intuition, their spiritual life, okay? They just don't listen to anything. They just don't eat anything. They learn how to fast. It's always, you know. Yeah. Vishal, welcome. Welcome. Zabairu Mahalba. Vishalti Yagi, nice to see you. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, double tap, just double tap. I mean, you can do that. God gave you two beautiful hands that can double tap. Let's see you double tap. Mustafa, where have you been? I haven't seen your name here for the longest. No, I don't agree. I should answer every comment. Some comments are actually even hidden, right? I don't answer any comment if I feel like a comment is not here or there, you know, it's not there. I don't engage. No, you're in the house. Hello. I completed my 7th day of fasting yesterday, and I broke my fast with a soup. Yeah, so I went from 115.5 to 108 pounds. Oh, somebody double tapped. See all the 40 likes, right? Yeah, I had no energy last week. But I'm bouncing back today. This week I've bounced back. I'm feeling good. I'm healthy. And I learned so many things. So for me, fasting is something that I'll just keep doing every month because it's really helpful for the body to heal. And I feel like after doing 7 days of fasting, I know I can easily do 3 days of fasting. That's for me why this is my mindset, right? When I decided like I'm going to start living a healthy lifestyle and start running, the first thing I did, I ran for 12 miles. Why did I run for 12 miles? Because if I can run for 12 miles, then my body will not complain at all when I'm running 8 miles or when I'm running 4 miles, right? Because it knows it can do 12 miles, right? So 4 miles, 6 miles, 7 miles is not a big deal, right? And the same way with fasting, because I can fast for 7 days, right? My body does not have a problem fasting 3 days, right? Because 3 days is nothing compared to 7 days. So I always say like start with the hardest, right? Sometimes start with the hardest so you break that psychological barrier. Like your body knows, I've done this before. This is not going to be a problem. Thank you, Nu. Yeah, these are all the benefits you get from fasting, right? Your skin rejuvenates, all those things. Vidya, good morning. Yeah, shout out from India. Hey, Jacob Williams. Shout out, shout out. Chester in the house, right? Welcome, right? Welcome, welcome. Nice to see you. Yeah, so I broke my fast, but I am so proud of myself because last Saturday, when I decided to do a 7-day fast, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I don't know if I'm going to make it. And I kept going and I made it. I'm doing good, Jacob. Hello, Dwayne. Dwayne comments. I'm doing good, Dwayne. How are you doing? So you guys have seen me go through so much. If you've been following me for a long time, you've kind of seen me go through some of my life journeys. um, yeah, that 7-day fast was not, that was something huge. I'd encourage you to do it. I did a dirty fast. That is, the first day I took some green tea. I also did took some. I also put a little bit of cream in my tea to just kind of, like sometimes the body, because it's used to food so much, right? It wants to keep eating. So the first day it was kind of hard to break that. By the fourth day, my body was okay with not eating. It was okay. And that's what I wanted to break. I wanted to break my psychological mind from always going to the fridge and looking for food, right? I wanted to stay without looking for food. Like I wanted to go for hours without having to look for food. And I think I have achieved that because, since I stopped eating in the morning, around, what time did I stop eating? Around like 9, right? I stopped eating around 9. I'm not going and reaching out for food, right? Like this hungry ghost that just wants to look out for food and keep eating, right? That has gone, right? I think I've broken that habit. And that's what I wanted to achieve, right? So that I can still feel like, oh, I already ate. I don't need to keep looking for food. I'm Kenyan. Yeah, it's really liberating, to feel like, oh, I don't have to think about food all the time, right? My body is not too attached to food. Because remember the chakras, right? Some people, this is how you easily know that you have low level frequency. Some people, it's probably sex. They're always thinking about sex. And sex is kind of like the lowest chakra. Then food is also like a chakra. Like if you're always thinking about food, And food is such a low level frequency too, right? You want to move to these other faculties that you have of reason, imagination, creativity, other things that you can do with life, right? You want to ascend spiritually. And I wanted to cut that attachment. And fasting, that's why Christ used to fast a lot, right? To break this material attachment to food. You know, people can say so many things. If I take offense to what people say, there's a big problem with me, right? I'm African, I'm beautiful, you know, um, I don't, I mean, I don't take an offense to that. Like, African women are very beautiful. I understand that. You know, some people, you know, not everybody is African, okay? So I understand, like, they haven't seen the side of Africa that I have seen. So I really don't care. Yeah. You know, for me, most of the beautiful people I know are African. So, like, I'm not saying other people are not beautiful, but I'm so used to seeing beautiful African people. Like, it's not it's not a wonder for me, but it's a wonder for other people. I get it. You know, they're not used to my culture. Oh, Desmond, you did a 3-day fast. Wow, that's wonderful. I did a 3-day fast. No food, no water. I almost caught on fire. What do you mean you almost caught on fire? I remind you of Halle Berry. You know what? Where do I remind you of Halle Berry? I mean, I have had people tell me that before, but I don't know. I think people compare women with Halle Berry, and she's beautiful, but I honestly don't think we look alike. I like her. She seems like a very outspoken woman. I like outspoken women. What do you mean? You're talking in terms that I'm not understanding. What do you mean about spontaneous combustion? Oh, we have very. Oh, thank you. We have similar features. That is Bart. Bart, where are you from? Haki. Haki, where are you from? Don't write messages that need to review, because I don't review messages because most of them are offensive. Nobody wants to read offensive messages from you. So we do not even want to see them, right? Oh, Steve from Haiti. Nice to see you. Haki from Ghana. You see, we got people from all over the world on this channel. Double tap to like, subscribe to the channel. Oh, yes. Okay, so I did have that feeling, Desmond. It was usually at night, right? When I could feel like my body heat kind of elevated, right? I had that feeling. I didn't realize that's what you meant. Yeah, you can feel your body burn, like burning the fat. You can actually feel the actual burn. There's a time I felt that, like a few times I felt like I think my body is burning. You know, a funny thing, because I never had that experience, and for me it wasn't like a lot. Remember, I'm kind of like 115. I was 115 pounds, so even when my body is burning, it's not like that much, right? So I couldn't feel a lot of it. But yeah, there are times where I feel like I can feel like my body is really burning the fat. Like you can feel the heat coming from your cells actually doing the job. That was amazing. Gina Tedesco asking who allowed me to be this beautiful. Oh, thank you, darling. God allowed it. Hello, white boy Gotti. How are you? How have you been? Nice to see you today. Lucy. Lucito Jolly. Yeah, I'm making people fall in love here. Goodness God. This beauty must be on another level. eh? Eh? Why do people ask me that? Like you can just go. I've never had a desire to model. I always loved mental health, and I've always been a little bit of a nerd, like just reading books. I'm also a little bit introverted. I think I'm quite introverted. Um, I, yeah, I am an introvert, and white boy thinks I'm wifey material. What makes you think I'm wifey material? What makes you think I'm wifey material? Soale, Bashir, where you from? Where do you come from? Oh, because I'm a nerd. Yeah. Yeah, I think sometimes when you're introverted, people misunderstand you. Um, I think that's kind of where like it's not that I get along with people, right? But I think a lot of people are threatened by my level of not giving a fuck, right? Like I can stay by myself and not have the need to seek out other people. Why not do it when you become famous? You have more reach and you can sell your mental health books, for example. I am not a model. Yeah, Desmond. Yeah, a lot of women showing up, beautiful women showing up on YouTube lately. So that's why some of the men are going crazy, sending crazy message, trolling. So if you come on YouTube, be prepared for that. Presco from Nigeria, nice to see you. Gino, nice to see you. Then we have Soleil, right? Yeah, you know, I block some messages because nobody has time to read some of these offensive messages, and I don't want my channel to be about bashing trolls, right? We have a mission here. We talk about beneficial things like mental health, uh, you know, things that are of benefit to you and your family, right? But we also talk about growth, right? Because at the end of the day, I like what David Goggins. I like David Goggins because of his mentality. David Goggins says, you know, he told himself, right? I am stupid. I need to read books, right? He never once said, I am so smart. I don't need to learn anything, right? And I think there is a power in being honest with yourself when you look at yourself and you say, hey, I am adding weight. I am insulin resistant. I need to learn how to fast and lose weight, right? When you look at yourself and say, I am lazy, I need to work out, I need to do things, right? I am a bad husband, I need to help around the house, I need to be good to my wife, and you make those changes, right? Or, you know, you look at yourself with honesty and you don't, you know, you don't take the pom-poms, right? You stop taking the pom-poms and giving you validation that's not there. You be honest with what you're doing and how you're living your life, and you change it. Because unless you can see the problem and acknowledge it, it's not gonna go away. There will be no change. Hugs from Boston from Jimmy Wilson. Nice to see you, Jimmy, right? Yesterday, the first time I lost a fight in the club. Now I got black eye and I'm watching your channel. Right. If you keep going to places that have low frequency energy, you're going to keep getting into fights because, you know, you choose your environment. Good night, Alexandre. Me, I'm Kikuyu. And I don't like the word tribe. For me, tribe is a derogatory word, right? We are indigenous people of Kenya. I look like a leading lady in a James Bond movie. Now, this guy is flattering me. Right. Yeah, so, like, if you think about, like, something that you want to change, right? Like, losing weight, right? Or learning something, right? And you think about, somebody told me, and you think about the first 3 hours of your day, right? You can work out, you can read, and you can pray and meditate. in those fast hours of the day, even before you leave to go to work, right? You can maximize those hours and be ahead of the game, right? Like for me, that's why I read about mental health every day. I'm reading every day about something about mental health. And you know what that does to me when I read every day about mental health? I'll become the most informed person in this industry about mental health because not everyone is doing it every day. When you say, well, it's not about you using the term, you know, it's about the term just being derogatory. You may not be aware that it's derogatory, which is fine. Not, we all don't know everything. Yeah. We don't think about ourselves as tribesmen. That's the English way of, the English people of talking about Africans and how we live and calling us tribal and stuff like that. Kind of, it's a term they use to take away our humanity. And they have made it, right? They have made it like that, right? Why do you think they don't, you know, why do they, we are nations, right? We are nationals. We're different nations. Why don't they say the French tribe, the German tribe, the English tribe, you know? Have you ever thought why they don't say that shit? Yeah, I am like, who inspires you? Who, who inspires you? Let me, okay, so I read books, right? So let me see some of the books that actually have shaped my way, my way of thinking, right? Let's grab some of them. Oops. Ooh. Oh, shush. Okay, so let's talk about some books. Okay, these are all books I've read. Oh. And as we talk about them, oopsie, let me know what inspires you. No, I've already read these books. Because when you read every day, you end up reading a lot of books over time. So this one you read if you're struggling with relationships. And it's Emil Levine and Rachel Heller. It talks about these 4 attachment styles, right? And you get these attachment styles between the age of 6 months when you're in your mother's womb and the age of 2, right? Like 18 months around there. You've already developed an attachment style, whether you're secure or insecure. If you're insecure, you're either anxious, avoidant, or anxious and avoidant, right? And that affects your ability to bond and have relationships with other people. Right? So it gives you exercises here to figure out what kind of attachment style you have, what kind of attachment style your partner has. And once you guys realize each other's attachment styles, you can know how to remedy your relationships. Then I read this book. It has a very shallow title, but it was about why men love beaches. Actually, if you want to laugh, this book will make you laugh, okay? It just tells a woman to respect herself, right? Things like she says things that actually make sense, like a man will not respect a woman who goes on the overdrive for him, you know? Never allow someone to be your priority while yourself are being an option, right? Like it tells women to prioritize themselves, to stop thinking about people who are not thinking about you, you know? Don't always do the same thing over and over. Yeah, like you know how men perceive insecure women, all that. So this book is a good one. This is one of the best books that I can recommend anyone to read if you have a problem with communication. It's called Nonviolent Communication by Marshall Rosenberg. And he says so many things in this book that I am always amazed, you know? So this is a poem that he says, words are windows or they are walls. I feel so sentenced by your words. This is a poem he writes. I feel so sentenced by your words. I feel so judged and sent away. Before I go, I've got to know. Is that what you meant to say? Before I rise to my defense, before I speak in heart of fear, before I build that wall of words, tell me, did I really hear? Words are windows or they are walls. They sentence us or set us free. When I speak and when I hear, Let the love light shine through me. There are things I need to say, things that mean so much to me. In my words, if my words don't make me clear, will you help me to be free? If I seem to put you down, if you felt I didn't care, try to listen through my words to the feelings that we share. So he talks about nonviolent communication, and a lot of communication is very violent. So this is one of my favorite poems from his book. He says, I can handle your telling me what I did or didn't do, and I can handle your interpretations, but please do not mix the two. Okay, so he can handle I can handle your telling me what I did and didn't do, and I can handle your interpretations, but don't mix the two. If you want to confuse any issue, I can tell you how to do it. Mix together what I do and how you react to it. Tell me that you're disappointed with the unfinished chores you see, but calling me irresponsible is no way to motivate me. Okay? And tell me that you're feeling hurt when I say no to your advances, but calling me a frigid man won't increase your future chances. Yes, I can handle your telling me what I did and didn't do, and I can handle your interpretations, but please do not mix the two. Right, so that's why Desmond says you can never ever figure out a woman. You can if you want to, right? If you have the interest to do it, you can. So this is a very okay. So of Joe Dispenza's book, I like this, the placebo effect, because I know I have studied the placebo effect, but he goes into details about the placebo effect. So the placebo effect is kind of when, let's say you're feeling sick, right? And I don't have medicine to give you. And I go into the kitchen, right? And I grab something. Let's say I grab, what could I bring? I grab some, some white powder. I put water into it, and I tell you, maybe it could be even just some flour, right? I make it, and I tell you, oh, okay, I've mixed some medicine here. You take it, right? You don't know it's flour, right? But you believe it's medicine, and then you start feeling good, right? It's a placebo effect, okay? Sometimes what we believe can actually heal us instead of the actual medicine, okay? The placebo effect is real in the human brain. One time, one of my friends, she was telling me, actually, this woman was married to Rusty Bailey, the mayor of, the former mayor of Riverside. But before she got married, she had visited me in Kenya, and she was trying to explain to me the placebo effect. She told me one of our friends got sick in an airplane, and the stewardess did not have any medicine, but they gave her a chalk, like little chalk, the white chalk they write on the board, and she thought it was medicine, and she started feeling better. She did not know it was just a piece of chalk, right? Sometimes when you believe you can you can feel better. But he goes on to talk about neuroplasticity, right? And the changes sometimes you can make in your brain. For example, you can create neural networks by visualizing something, by, you know, some people, they play chess in their mind and they become good at chess just playing it in their mind because they are building neural networks, even if they're not playing it with their hands, right? And so his more work is about those neural networks. Then he talks about breaking the habit of being yourself. This book, I don't know. It was more about meditation and visualization. I didn't care about it too much. This is one of my favorites, Gary Chapman, The 5 Love Languages. I always tell these people, to people who've gone through childhood trauma, where you lived in a situation where you did not get loved, you did not receive love, you don't know how to love, you don't know even how love works, right? Nobody's going to teach you these things if you don't teach yourself, right? And you will not find love until you understand how to love yourself and love others. And understanding that love is a language, just like math, just like English. Love is a language of its own, and it's a language that you need to learn and master. You can read this book, and he has other books that he talks about emotions, you know, like Rising Above a Toxic Workplace, When Sorry Is Not Enough, Things I Wish I'd Known Before I Got Married, you know, all those things. Good books to help yourself grow. Fast Like a Girl. This book is really good for women, but if you're a man and you say you want to understand women, then read this book. It helps you understand women, right? It helps you understand women. Women, we are very cyclical, right? We have hormones that go through the hormonal cycle, and a lot of men, they don't understand this. And if they started understanding the female brain and studying the female brain, they would understand women better. But again, a lot of people don't want to read books, they don't want to learn, they don't want to grow up here. And so, you know, like, you really have to study the female brain. It works very different from the male brain. Our hormones are very different, right? If you have a partner, you have a wife, you have a daughter, maybe it will benefit you to understand the female brain because you're surrounded by the female brain. It's impacting your life. Maybe you can get like a book that understands the female brain. This is a book that I'd recommend you read, by Michael Pollan. It's about psychedelics, right? He gives you the history of psychedelics. He tells you stories about people and how they view psychedelics, different psychedelics, how they've changed the brain, the science around them. You know, very good book for you to read to understand the female brain. And then Road to Character by David Brooks. A good book to read, Road to Character by David Brooks. It gives you reasons, so many reasons why developing your character is really going to change your life. A lot of people do not want to change their life. They don't want to develop their character, right? And they never go anywhere in life. Of Two Minds by Friedrich Schiffer. This is a very good book for somebody who has gone through childhood trauma. This book was life-changing to me, right? It helps you understand depression. Um, for example, here it says depression and anxiety is the natural biological consequence of experience. Anxiety comes when we feel threatened. Depression results when we feel defeated. Anxiety and depressions are emotions. Psychologist Daniel Goleman defines emotion as feeling and its distinctive thoughts, psychological and biological states, and range in propensities to act. Emotions are part of our biological makeup. They are evoked by our brain in response to certain stimuli. When an emotion such as despair becomes persistent, it interferes with your functioning and leads to the pathological state we call clinical depression. Any condition which leaves us feeling utterly defeated will eventually lead us to a state of despair and hopelessness we call depression. When deeply into this condition, nothing works right. Our body betrays us. We become clumsy, jittery, unattractive, often incompetent. Working or socializing in a depressed state can become impossible. And not understanding his condition, the depressed person will often become severely embarrassed by himself and try to hide and withdraw, often curl up in bed with covers over his head, right? You kind of have to understand these emotions and understanding it from a child's point of view, right? Children can protest quite well, right? You've had a child cry after a certain age, but if the parents become unresponsive to the child's protests, the child will become anxious, and then anxious is threatened, right? When you're anxious, you feel threatened, and then depressed, defeated, and the protests eventually stop. That is why many, but certainly not all depressed children have difficulty expressing anger outwardly. In adults who are depressed, in their troubled hemisphere is an immature mind that feels anxious and defeated. And when this troubled mind has a strong influence on the adult's personality, the adult may have trouble expressing anger because his troubled mind finds that such an expression would be too dangerous. You know, like all the understanding these roots of childhood depression and what it does to you as in your mind as an adult, and how it affects your right and left hemispheres is really, really life-changing. That's why this book I recommend if you've gone through childhood trauma. Okay, this is the book. Yeah, but I always say, take my class. You don't have to read all these books, right? I've read all these books for you, right? Instead of taking 10 years to read these books, why don't take my classes? My classes are in video forms. It can take you 2 to 3 weeks to complete those videos, and you will download everything all these people have written, and it will be in your mind. That's how you level up. You know, if somebody is going to cut your time, they are giving you value, you know, because time is your most important asset. That's why you need somebody, a coach, who's delivering you value and cutting your time, especially your time to level up and catch up with the rest of the people that are ahead of you, right? But people who don't like to invest in themselves, they don't see value in these things. And they wonder why they're constantly behind. We have Roderick Morgan from Jamaica. I told you guys, this channel, we have a lot of people from all over the world. Alexandra, I looked and fell in love. Okay. No, you build character. Character is built. Most of life, you're not born with. Even talent is underestimated, okay? You don't even have to be talented, okay? People who show up consistently every day with discipline, they will always outdo talented people. Always. Character, 100 built and cultivated, right? You may not even have grown with character or somebody with examples of character, right? But you read books about character, you practice good character, you will develop a strong character. You don't even have to have, everything is cultivated, okay? Very few things come into your nervous system that are inbuilt. You know, your nervous system has things that you're born with, like the way you react to danger, your fear of falling, you know, your fear of falling, for example, right, is natural, right? You don't have to develop that. Evolution has already ingrained that in you, right? Your natural reaction to danger, right? Evolution has ingrained that in you already. That's an autonomic response, right? It automatically responds. Character is not an automatic response, right? You build your character. I'm not even Jamaican. I don't know why it makes you think I'm Jamaican. I don't even speak like a Jamaican. The Jamaican accent is like,
if he's not investing in you, he hates you. So that's what that means. Who the fuck?
right? If people are not investing in you, they hate you. You know, I saw this. I always like to follow people on Instagram who like really do things, you know? So this woman, she is 67 years old, right? This is a 67-year-old woman, right? And these are the kind of people that I want to be like, right? Those are the people that I want to be like when I'm 67. People who've taken care of their body, people who are living life, they're moving, they're enjoying their life. You have to have role models. You have to think about, who do I want to become? When I'm 67, how do I want to look like? Who do I want to look like? How will my health be, right? You want to think about those things, and then you have to think about your behavior, right? And be like, will drinking every day get me to that? Will smoking every day get me to that? Will sleeping with anybody get me to that? Will fasting get me to that? Will running get me to that, right? You have to think backwards, right? Where I want to be, and then work your way backwards. Yeah, if you think people are born with character, you're missing the point, Desmond, okay? You're missing the point. You're missing the point of what all these people keep telling you, okay? You cultivate character, right? That's why you have the Bible. It helps you to cultivate character, right? You're born, you don't know much. When you're born, you don't even know the right food to eat. You kind of have to study food to know what kind of food is good for you, you know? If you don't tell a child that it's wrong to steal, they'll keep stealing from other people, right? That's not something natural that they know. They also don't know how to read and write unless you show them how to read and write. It doesn't come natural, right? Character is developed, right? The reason why they walk into a room and few people come with character is because people don't want to invest in themselves, or it wasn't insisted when they were young. When a woman, in my culture where we come from, we say when you shape the tree when it's young, right? When the tree is already, if the tree is bent or whatever, you know, you can't do that. You can't shape it when the tree is already grown. You shape it when it's young, right? The character of a child is something that a parent invests in from the very time that child is starting to know themselves. You start investing in their character. So one of my friends, he was telling me one time he found some $5 on the street, right? And he took the $5 and he came home and he showed his mom, "Mom, I found $5. And the mom was like, "Where did you find $5?" She said, "On the street, blah, blah, blah." Then she took him and the $5 and they went to the police and they handed that money to the police. And the mom was very, very aware what she was doing. The police were probably like, "Hey, we got $5," right? But what was she doing? She was instilling character in the boy, that you don't get things for free. You work hard for your money, because that the mom understands that character, you start it from the very beginning, right? You don't wait until he's 14, 15. No, he gets money out of the street that doesn't belong to him. We take it to the police, because you don't want him to steal. You don't want him to think money can get for free, right? You do it from when they are very young. You mold character, right? Character is molded. Character, you mold it in yourself, in your children, right? You have to teach consistently without dropping the ball. Don't call people dirty. Nobody is perfect, okay? Nobody is perfect. People will make mistakes. But here's the thing. This is what the Bible says, that you show a child how to go and where to go. And even if they depart from the ways because they want to do their own way, right? Even if they depart from your way, they will come back. They will come back. Something in them that was instilled in them, right, is going to haunt them when they go the wrong way until they find their way back, right? That's why you do it. You know, you plant the seeds. You have to plant the seeds. Some people, you know, if those seeds, you know, Jesus said about the most important parable. He said, some seeds, they fall in very thorny bushes. They never grow. Some seeds, they fall on fertile ground and they grow, right? Some people hear the gospel and it's always like that, right? Some of it will grow grows in thorny bushes. Some of it is like a seed that grows into you know, the fertile ground, right? Whatever it is, right? But he always talks about the one, right? The one that had the gospel and went on its own way, like the prodigal son, right? And comes back, right? Because there's always a seed there, right? that when they go wrong, right, they'll always be like, there's some consciousness that you have instilled into them what the right way is. And even if they get tempted by the devil, because this world can be very tempting, right? It will always be there. It's human psychology, right? Human psychology always comes back full circle. That's why you do it, right? But if you do not make the effort of instilling that, then you're not giving your child a chance, right? But you gotta repeat character over and over and over. But again, if you're not, one of the gurus always said that, I think it's somebody says Mahatma Gandhi, a woman came to him and was like, help my child to stop taking sugar. And Mahatma Gandhi said, come after a week, right? And then I'll tell your child not to take sugar. And he comes after a week and he says, okay, don't eat sugar. And the child was, okay, I will not eat sugar. And the mom was like, why did you have to wait after a week to tell my child not to eat sugar? She said, and he said, a week ago, I had not stopped eating sugar, right? A lot of parents, they do that. They tell their kids, don't do this, don't do that, don't do that. But they're doing whatever, everything that they're telling the kid not to do, they're doing it, right? And kids, they learn from observation, right? So you cannot tell a child not to drink alcohol when you always buy alcohol and put it in the fridge, right? And you're telling them don't smoke when you're always smoking, right? If you're doing those things, then don't talk about it, because you just appear like a hypocrite to that child, right? Ask somebody else to tell them who doesn't do those things, because everything you do, they will become. Everything they observe in you as a child, as a parent, they will become, because that's the program you're instilling in them. These things are powerful. Laura, nice to see you. Love, 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 love. William Laura. We all have rooms to make mistakes, but our actions have consequences, right? At some point, those consequences, they catch up with us. And that's why building character is important, because your character builds your name, and your name can open doors or shut them even before you know it. I have a beautiful voice. I speak like a college professor. Oh gosh, thank you. Morgan, the only fear you must have in life is when you're going to death, as our ancestors before, as we are great people in Jamaica. We say Labofo. What does that mean? Yeah, so you know what? When I was in college, when I was in high school, right? I used to wonder, like, how are these girls in chemistry getting A's, straight A's, straight A's. They don't seem to do as much work like everybody else. We have the same time, right? And then later in life, you know, that thing bothered me so much when I was in high school, because I was like, I am studying, I'm doing all these things, why am I not getting A's? But later in life, I met one of my friends, you know, she's an engineer, she's doing great, right? She works for one of the best companies in the world. And when I was talking to her, she was like, her and that other girl that were doing very well in class, you know, they had fathers who would take them to the labs, because their fathers used to work in the laboratory, laboratory. And their fathers, even when they were young, their fathers would explain to them about chemicals, about things, right? So for me, I'm in high school. It's my first time seeing the laboratory, right? Experiencing all these chemicals. These girls have like 15 years ahead of me, because that's where they spent their weekends with their dads, learning all these things. Like these topics were not new to them. They, right? These guys were getting easy A's when I was struggling to get my B's. It's not because I was stupid, I was just not exposed, and I hadn't done my work the way they had done their work. You know, they had been so exposed, and I was here feeling like I'm stupid. I wasn't stupid. They just had a different experience and more exposure to these topics than I could even have ever imagined that this was happening, you know. But this happened, you know, when in their childhood, right? This happened, they had this brain, their parents nurtured this brain, right? And it was so easy for them to understand the material, because they've been engaging. For them, this is like playing with their dolls, right? It was so easy, right? People like Bill Gates, you know, you are thinking like, how come of all the people born in the 1950s, he was the only one able to do what he did, right? His parents put him in this special school, which was one of the few schools that had computers back then, right? So of all the people in the world, he goes to a school where there are computers, right? And he would sneak into the computer labs when everybody was gone, and he would start doing his coding and everything. By the time he was 15, he'd already put like 8 hours every day doing that, right? Why would he not be in such a creative state that he's able to create Microsoft, right? Like, people don't see these outlier effects, right? You wonder, you know, why Michael Jackson was such a great performer, great musician, all this. How can somebody be such a musical genius? But you look at his family, and he's the last one of his family, and his whole family is musically talented. It means by the time he wakes up every day, he's surrounded by somebody who can dance, somebody who can play a musical instrument, all these people, and he's just, and you know how quickly the brain of a child can get new information and processes it, right? He's getting it so quickly. He becomes a child genius, right? A protege, because he's surrounded by all this opportunity to learn music from his 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 talented sisters, his brothers, their family, friends, their everybody, right? They're surrounded by that. He has this opportunity that so many people don't have. He's an outlier, right? It's an outlier situation. But if you're not an outlier and you didn't have that growing up, guess what? I tell people the brain is plastic. You can learn at any age. It doesn't matter whether you're black, you're brown, you're white, right? It doesn't matter how old you are. You can keep learning, right? The brain is plastic. So just keep learning. And with time, you're going to build your own competitive edge, right? That's why I study every day. I I study every day. I learn something every day, right? By the time you may not think this is a big deal, right? Me going to study every day, learning every day. But if I'm 60 and I have studied every day, you know, until I'm 60, I'll be way ahead of many 60-year-olds, right? If you work out every day, you'll be way ahead. That's how you build a competitive edge. You have to think about the long-term game. If you cannot do that, you're missing the point, right? You're missing the point. Some people, the reason they don't change is because of that. They limit themselves to, I didn't get this when I was a child. Now you're an adult. Everybody is born with a good brain. Everybody is born with a good brain, right? Our ability to focus is our number one asset, right? People are not able to focus anymore these days. We have social media distracting us. My God, my phone distracts me. You have TV distracting you, right? Our ability to focus is under attack by the enemy, and our ability to focus is our number one asset. If you study the brain, you will understand that your ability to focus is your number one asset. When you cannot focus, you're very, very limited. There are people, even kids with let's say autism, right? If there's early intervention, they can do better than kids who don't have any early intervention, right? There is a kid, his mom was talking, she's Kenyan, a very famous musician, right? Her name is Esther Wahome. Her kid was born with autism, severe autism. That kid could not talk. And the mom was very distressed, but there was early intervention. If there was no early intervention, the kid would never have talked. But the kid talked when he was 8 years old because of early intervention, right? That child talked after 8 years because of early intervention. If there was no early intervention, the child would not have learned, right? Yes, you can be born with limitations, but if you love your child, right, and you try to look for resources, the child will thrive, right? Even if maybe your child is never ever going to learn those things, then you don't have to force your child to learn anything, right? If you think like, oh, my child is very severely brain deficient, right? But that does not mean they cannot be happy. You can make your child happy. They can still thrive and enjoy the little things that they can do and still thrive in those things. You can love your child however you're able to love your child, right? I mean, if your child is obviously like not able to do math, they're not able to read or write, then you don't have to force them to do those things. If they're born with those mental deficiencies, then why are you forcing them to do those things in the first place? It doesn't make sense to, it's not something we should even be talking about, right? There are things you can intervene, right? Then I'm talking about kids born with their limbs, they are obviously atrophied, they cannot write, right? But that does not mean that you cannot do strength training exercise. You can do strength training exercise, but you're not expecting that child to be a surgeon. Like, just, one of your best gifts are emerging, right? which is art, right? And the more you do art, the more your brain becomes more, you know, good with art, right? It's all building. You know, in my coaching class, I talk about building a program, building the neural networks. Neuroplasticity is king when it comes to understanding your mental health and your mental well-being. And it's a game changer. Anyone who understands the power of neuroplasticity always wins in life. I've never seen somebody who understands the power of neuroplasticity and is not a winner in life, because it's not just having faith anymore, it's actually knowing that when people say I'm powerful, they're not just talking about it. Like, this is something real. This is real stuff. Yeah. For me, it's not. I mean, there are people who are gifted, right? And especially with money, you know, sometimes it's not just hard work. Sometimes they come from good families that support them, that help them, and you know, you can be a human gift person, gifted all you want, right? But if you don't come from a loving family that supports you, that's a lot of things that are not going to work out for you, right? You can be gifted, and if not surrounded by resources, a lot of things are not going to fall in place for you. And that's kind of like a sad reality, but that's what we live. You know, you can have all this talent, but you don't have resources. It's not gonna go anywhere, right? That's why I don't discount, you know, I don't discount the political situations that we live in. You know, the racism, sometimes I don't discount it, because they do still ask you at the bank, you know, what race you are, to figure out whether they're going to give you a loan or not, right? We don't live in a fairly perfect world where we don't have other factors that interfere with our lives. We have so many things that are interfering with our lives. That's why I am not quick to judge people because they don't have money. It's, you know, like all that. In human life and human development, a lot of things do matter when it comes to whether you're getting emotional support, if you're loved. All these things matter in your psychology, and they can tear you down emotionally and psychologically, even when you're talented, right? It's not a small thing. Yeah, there's system failure 100%, right? That's why for me, I'm not quick to judge people because of whether they have money or not, right? What you gotta judge is, how are they doing? You know, how are they doing for themselves given what they have? Are they happy? Have they figured a way to still be happy and thrive? And when it comes to thriving, is, are they depressed? Are they anxious? Or are they, you know, are they still able to make friendships and thrive and use some level of creativity? I don't go for looking, for me, when are they enjoying their life in a healthy way, right? That's for me what I judge, right? Even if it's a modest, like, you know, you probably did not have people helping you, guiding you in your life, and then maybe you figured a friend who helped you to become a plumber, and you became a good plumber, you make a living for yourself, right? You're doing well, you're thriving, you have some friends. Like, I'm looking at that, like, are you just thriving? Like, are you able to figure out a system for yourself that makes you thrive, you know? I'm not saying you become LeBron James or Kobe Bryant, right? Because you know, there are people who have money like Trump. They've been born with money, a lot of whatever, right? But still, character is questionable, like very questionable character, right? um there's all that, right? When you look at a human being, there's all those things, and you can allow people to judge you based on material things. You know, I don't judge myself based on material things. You come into my house, you'll probably be like shocked, right? I don't have a TV, and a lot of people cannot imagine being in a house that doesn't have a TV. You know, hi Michael Castleberry, right? uh some people think it's a sign of poverty that you don't. Like, um, but there are things I enjoy. I enjoy quiet time. I enjoy reading. I enjoy meditation. I enjoy working out, right? I enjoy cooking. And I don't want TV distracting me with, you know, that kind of a thing. So you have to think about, like, are you thriving? Are you happy? Are you genuinely happy? You know, given what you have, right? That's what I look at. Because yeah, at the end of the day, you know, you could have a very rich family that left you all this inheritance, right? You don't have to lift a finger. Like Paris Hilton, she don't have to do nothing, right? um uh, you know, even if, you know, she has like her kids, one of her kids has disabilities, that kid will never have to worry about anything, right? There's a whole system of people working for that kid every day when they wake up, right? So you know what I mean. um, it matters whether you're surrounded by resources or not. Even if you have disability, if you're surrounded by people who love you and they have resources in life, that's a very different situation than having a disability and being around people who don't love you, care, and value you, right? Those people are in two different worlds, very different challenges. One is likely to thrive, and the other one will have to overcome their own challenges, right? And the kind of work I do is to help people, you know, who are underdogs, right? Get into coaching, level up faster than they would have if they were just on their own trying to figure it out. You know, then they did not have a good character. You misjudged them. You cannot fake character, right? It's either not there or it's there. It wasn't there. Hello, Jim. exactly why you need character, right? When you get locked up, then you will have time to be in jail and think about character, right? And how you lost everything because of lack of character, right? You don't get locked up because you had character and somehow you lost it down the road. No, you didn't have it in the first place. It wasn't there. It's not something you suddenly lost. Hello, Bart. Desmond, I thought you were a bright nut. Read this book, Road to Character, Desmond. You might understand character better. Yeah, people with character don't suddenly lose it because there's some sort of temptation, right? You either have it or you don't. I'm Kenyan. I'm a Kenyan girl. Well, let's do the blessing. May you be happy and live with a joyful heart. May you be strong and healthy and live with a body that gives you energy. What's the other one? Who knows the other one? And may you be safe and protected from all sorts of inner and outer harm. And may you live with the ease that comes with well-being. It's always nice to wish other people well and yourself well, because those wishes of well-being for others and yourself, they actually bring in good feelings in your body and help you relax from stress. And so wishing other people well is scientifically shown to bring health to your body. So always think about that. Wishing other people well. I guess sometimes that's why Christ said things like pray for your enemies, you know. Like, just wish them well. You're not going to change them, anything about them, you know. Just wish them to have a more loving heart. Pray for them, right? Protect your heart, right? Above all things, to protect your heart. Instead of being bitter and angry the way that your enemies would want you to be, pray for them. Don't be like them, okay? Do not get into that poverty that they are in, of hating, you know, that spiritual depravity. Pray for them. How do I stay in this? You know, I do a lot of things. If you want to lose some weight, you have to learn how to fast. Fasting is the quickest way to lose weight. Then you have to try, I'm not saying get carbs out of your diet completely, but eat fewer carbs, eat more protein and more veggies. Make sure you're eating probiotics. Any fermented sour food is good for your body, like fermented cabbage, pickles, kefir. All these help with digestion, drinking water, exercise, all those things you gotta do, right? All these things we gotta do. Yeah, but yeah, working out, you know, try to work out, even if you can, at least 2 hours a day, at least 5 days a week. Do intermittent fastings, like 17-hour fasts, going without food for 17 hours. Your body will start burning fat instead of, you know, it will start burning and keeping you fit and alert. All those things. What else we talking about? Yeah, that's it for me. We've stayed here for like 4 hours chatting, doing everything. I better go wash the bathroom and clean up a little bit more. It was so nice connecting with you, Desmond, Bart, Jimmy Wilson, Joseph, Hosea, Binodos, Santos. I kind of missed you. Oh, Wells. Those are the top people. Abed was here. Ahamitsa, Soale, all you guys. Animal Lover, Hoopty West was here. Michael, Desmond, Morgan, Roderick Morgan, all of you, all of you, Dwayne, Douglas, all of you. Nice seeing you guys. Be well, Desmond. Be well, everybody. Nice for hanging with you. And yeah, tomorrow I'll be live. Try to catch me. Bye.